Hello. It's me. Wow. Let's see. There we go. Boom. He's done it. Didn't really feel like taking a nap today, so just happened to be awake. Probably a good thing. But it's not probably a good thing. It's almost certainly a good thing that I'm not taking a nap. Really need to normalize that old sleep schedule. The old sleep schedule. What a pain. Yeah, let's jump into it. Ta-da! It's not actually the Vtuber. It is very much related to the Vtuber app thing, though. There we go. Just pull the bot into here. Let's look at the Discord. Just make sure that the notification fired. It did indeed fire. I don't really know why. Sometimes it just displays weirdly. It happens sometimes. I wonder if it's because there's no... No, I don't know. I see other people's... Like, I know other people's Discords. They're using someone else's Discord bot. I know there's a few popular ones out there. But they always seem to give like normal looking notifications. I wonder if it's because my profile picture is only 16 by 16. It's possible. Like, I think my profile picture is pretty good, but I also drew it in like a minute because it is only 16 by 16. Yeah, let's see. What I'm doing right now is I'm actually writing a little documentation generator thing for my own sanity. Because my memory cannot be trusted 100%. So I actually already have a build of this working, but I didn't realize that Godot is bringing in docstring support for 4.0. I don't believe it's being ported over to 3.0 though. Actually, you know what? That's something I should probably check for myself. Like, that's easy to check. That's easy to check. Where is it? Godot engine. Pull requests. Documentation. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many. Documentation generator. Yes. Live++. Yeah, I guess maybe it's not being backported. I don't know. Either way, I know that there is going to be something in Godot 4, but we're not in Godot 4 right now. So let's see if I can figure it out. Shouldn't be too hard, because it's just a lot of parsing. So if it was not a docstring before, so what you would expect is we'll run through this file. So if it was not a docstring before, then just ignore it. If it was, then we want to check the part afterwards. Oh, hello. Hello, Stonebee Studio. Stone, I'll call you this. How are you? Hello. Hello, Uwu. Uwu to you as well. I don't really have an Uwu face, but, you know, I guess this will work. It's pretty close to an Uwu face. And this is angry face. Do I have an Uwu face? That's that's more or less it, yeah. Eyes are pretty far apart. Yeah, it's like cat mouth face, eyes closed. My favorites. Yeah. How are you? How are you? I think I was trying to work on this application, not this exact version, but you know, the new one. That's actually now under a different name. I'm just now starting to think about it. Probably should not be showing this on stream, but we're gonna show it anyways. I'm an affiliate. Yeah, that's me. Back to Twitch? No. Get me off the front page. Just now realized. Oh, look, it's me. Don't I link... Yeah, okay, I need to change this really quickly. So, boom, boom. Just realized the puppet's here. Edit the panel. Oh, geez. Where is it? Puppeteer. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty much it. Very good, very inspired to read the boring documentation. Well, have I got something to show you? I wonder if it's possible for me to show you without completely borking what I have. Actually, no, I can just stash it. No, that's Spotify. Get out of here. Documentation generator. So git stash. Yeah, we'll stash it. Whatever. So we'll go back to here. Then we can run it. So check this out. Generate. Go to this thing. Not this thing. Where is it in my file system? This is not it. Hold on. I can find it. I got it working during one of my calls today because I was just very bored. Like I sit in on a lot of calls, but I don't actually do anything. Which sounds about right for a corporate project. But look at this. So this just generates, it runs through every single script, gives you a nice method list, explanations, whatever. Look at that. So for the parser, we have this stuff, blah, blah, method stuff. So the params, a description, return code, description. Yeah. But what I didn't realize is that for Godot 4, they'd already decided on a docstring format. It's amazing how all those windows open. What you don't know is I actually have other monitors as well. I have 2 other monitors you can't see with even more windows open. One of the benefits of having 32 cores. Although that's more of a RAM thing than a core thing. But yeah, the idea is that you should be able to, you can click on it, so I can actually give you a link. I can actually give you a link to whatever, you know, whatever thing, I guess. And it should just send you something like that. Or more like it's more for me as well. Because with this implementation of it, it actually checks the docstring against your actual method definition. So it's something I wish more pieces of code did. So like when you're writing documentation, it also checks to see that your documentation is up to date. Which is neat. But anyways, I gotta rewrite it because this is how it works in Godot 4. Does not appear to be backported to Godot 3, so I'm doing it. Because my brain is very small. Very bad with remembering things. Alright, so now we're back. But now I gotta think about this, because it's harder to parse it in the other direction. So initially I was parsing it basically forwards, right? So we look for the function and then we look immediately afterwards for the docstring. Now I need to parse the docstring and then look for the function afterwards, which sounds like it would be pretty easy, but I don't think it is. I've got to reconsider it. Because it's not how I designed this to work. So we have a builder, we have some flags is function. So if not docstring, so if it is not a docstring, and I don't plan on implementing these docstrings either, which are like specific docstring values for a specific type of object, although that shouldn't be too hard to add, I think. So scan file, docstring. So if we were not parsing a docstring before, but then we need to figure out, or actually I just need to cache whatever it was, right? Whatever we parsed. So at this point, we know that we were parsing a docstring. Let me actually open up a bigger editor. Get out of here. Open up this. Godot tools. All right, yeah, there we go. You work as a software consultant? I believe that's what it says in my profile. So, yes. If it's not what it says in my profile, then also yes. The answer stays consistent, you see? How much is the budget of this app? If we're talking about like billable hours, I'd probably put in maybe like in terms of like just straight hours worked. I stream four days a week for about 3 to 4 hours. So that's roughly 12 hours a week. What's 12 times 52? 600. It's roughly $600, and then I bill out, my company bills me out at least at roughly $250. So what's 600 times 250? Yeah, that's about it. That looks about right. In terms of man hours worked, about $150,000. And be on your resume or portfolio immediate contracts? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've only received one contract thing for this so far, and that's starting to fall through. I don't know. I don't think this application is neat, I guess. After the rewrite, it should be a lot neater, or a lot cooler. And also neater in terms of like how neat the code is. I think I used the word neat a bit too much. Because something seems neat as in it seems cool, but also it seems neat as in it's very organized. If we're not parsing the docstring before, then we want to just get out of it. Otherwise, we want to... I would prefer it if we're able to look ahead, but then I need to... What the heck is this? Oh, does this thing use the... Oh, that's interesting. That looks horrible. Yeah, I'm not really looking for work though, as of right now. I did start streaming on Twitch so I could work on things more related to or work on things to add to my portfolio. So this is a nice contribution. Like, I no longer get questioned by recruiters. I mean, now the questions are like, why don't you work in a real language? I'm like, you got me. So here, data, this is completely separate. Tag data, docstring, It's just a hobby? Yeah, like I know I have like a real job. Like it says software consultant, and so like I know consultant in a lot of places around the world means that you're actually unemployed. That's not true for me. No, I work in professional services. So big company with a consulting arm. So I work in the, I'm a corporate stooge, more or less. Just sit around, not doing much. All right, so tag data. I probably don't need tag data now I'm thinking about it. Function builder is always nice, but here, let's get rid of that. Actually, most of this, well, multi-line function probably also don't need that. I'm not gonna look at their code for GD Quest. But what did I call this? I need to see what I used to have here. Hopefully you found a studio. Found a studio, Microsoft buys it from you. Yeah, that would be the dream. I'm unfortunately like 100% a sellout. Somewhat, not even somewhat, I'm pretty risk adverse. Yeah, I'd call myself risk averse at this point in my life. I think I used to be more of a risk taker. I think if you're giving me things that are like, you know, easy come, easy go, then yeah, just send it, dude. You know, as an adult with assets now, I got things to lose. You can afford to be a risk taker when you have nothing to lose. The plan, or the original plan, back when I started to learn how to do game development stuff, was just to get out some quick games and then hopefully be able to, you know, build out a small games portfolio so it'd be easier to hire on other people to help me program stuff, since I'm not really a programmer, I guess. I mean, I do a lot of programming, but I'm not like explicitly supposed to be doing programming for my day job, but I do. Hard to explain. So this is the stuff I wrote. This is pretty spaghetti, but it does work. How do I flip it around though? The hard part is like I've designed it to go this way, but how do you get it to go this way? That's kind of tough. Quick games are good for practice. Yeah. What? Doing anything is good for practice, right? Doing anything is good practice. You only get better once you do the stuff, you know. Theory is all fine and dandy, but as they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy, etc., etc. I feel like I don't need these flags anymore. I just need to be able to look ahead one or... Yeah, okay. Almost certainly do not need these flags. So we do index, size, we do var, line, string, is split, code, index. Yeah, okay. And then we just need to be able to look ahead and look behind. So if this was a docstring, so we check to see if we were not parsing. Yeah, we check to see if we were parsing a docstring. If it was not a docstring, to just ignore the line. Otherwise, if it is a docstring, then we want to look ahead one line. So then we'll do var line ahead, string split code index +1. And we also need to make sure that we have space. So if index +1 is equal to split code size, then pretty much you don't want to do anything. Oh, we'll just continue. So that's not quite correct. Dreams make a game like Silent Hill 2 the best game ever for me. Nice. I've never played Silent Hill 2. I've been spoiled pretty hard on it though, because I've watched several playthroughs. I'm kind of a baby when it comes to horror games. Also, I never had a PS2. Yeah, Silent Hill 2. Any of those kind of older school style games, not too hard to make. It's the 3D modeling part that's tough. Or it's not even the 3D modeling, it's the 3D animation. 3D modeling, not the hardest thing in the world, but 3D animation and optimizing assets for games in 3D, that's tough. It's something that lots of people struggle with. And actually, that's something that this program struggles with as well. If you don't pass in a game-optimized asset to it, it will run like garbage. All right, so we do a little bit of look ahead. If this is true, then I think we just need to have like a global data thingy. So we can have like an inner class here, which is like, so like doc data, right? So then we'll have var global, yeah, something like that. And that'll just be a dictionary. Here we'll have methods. This is just like a way of keeping things organized, I guess. So methods, oh. So global configuration holds things like, I'm trying to design this on the fly. Holds global, or I guess file level docstring data. No way to play it. Konami made a horrible port. It has 90 bucks. Fans made it 20 gigabyte port 20 years later. Yeah, I've seen the port report on it. It's like, didn't they lost the original fonts as well? Or they didn't even have the original data anymore? Which is kind of fair. I lose my data all the time as well. I'll just misplace things. It happens. Consts. All right, so I think enums, all of these are pretty easy. Methods might be a bit harder. Let me see. So global though. What will you have here? You'll have stuff like I mean, that's pretty much it, right? That's basically it. We'll figure it out as we go, but at least we have a data structure to hold stuff. So doc data is a new doc data. Sure, why not? Then here, and then we'll have to have like a temporary data as well. So I can hold whatever documentation stuff we start accumulating. So once we parse through here, this is the description. You can have a long description as well, as according to this. So you can have a description tag, which is the long description, I guess. I'm not sure how that's gonna work since it feels pretty jank to write here because it doesn't, yeah, it's not really how I would design it. Or maybe he just needs, I don't know how it's gonna work. Think about it. Maybe the parser in Godot 4 is different. Scared to lose your data or Chinese will steal it? No. It's all right. The US government already has all your data anyways. You don't need to worry about the Chinese government stealing your data. Thank you for the host, somebody. I'm assuming it was Isa, Ava. Much appreciated. If you're around, you can, you know, drop your channel link in the chat. Whatever you feel like doing. I'm pretty lax with my with moderation. Scan file. I'm thinking. So these should hold, that's doc data, and then you can have additional smaller data packets inside of your documentation data. But then that's pretty much just like a dictionary, so it doesn't matter. Maybe a dictionary is fine. Yeah, okay. So we'll have like var working Data, sure. Sure, working data. And then we'll just apply the working data to whichever one of these is applicable. God, how the heck did I come up with this? Like, I just wrote this pretty much all in one go. This is like, I feel like I code better when I don't think about it. Maybe I should start drinking again. Oh no. You know, this is me when I'm not thinking about how to design the code. This is me now when I'm actually putting thought into the design. Unable to program. Oh no. Because the problem here, I forgot half of what I studied, like dictionaries. Well, dictionaries are pretty easy, right? Dictionaries are just maps, where a map is just a something to something, so it's a key value pair. I think if we're talking about some more complicated topics, like tail call optimization, that can be kind of tough. That can be kind of tough. Like, that's something I had to read up on because I never studied that. As stated many times before, I studied business. I studied insurance in school. What a garbage major. And I was also horrible at it. Although I did go to, it's either a top 1 or top 2 school in the US at the very least for insurance, corporate insurance, which might have been why it was so tough. So anything that's in our working data should just be applied to our global set here. But then I don't want to do any overriding, which is why I'm a bit hesitant. You can do like apply global, a hello Rogue Nation, a hello. Caught you early. I am very early today, mostly because I didn't feel like taking a nap. Apply global. So this is some sort of data. We can just assume it's going to be a dictionary. Returns nothing. So then for key in data keys. I guess this should just, this should just apply stuff directly. And so we'll just be working with key value pairs and just try not to get super nested. Yeah, okay. And then classes should hold their own inner doc data, I suppose. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Did you finish your business degree? I have 2 business degrees, actually. I have 2 business degrees. How fancy. Global key is equal to data key. One of those, and then these should always be key value pairs. So let's do a I should be asleep, but something came up on the new Babylon JS Discord. Babylon JS, the better library from what I've read in comparison to 3JS, but unfortunately 3JS just has way more market share. So, I mean, that's what my website is actually programmed in, or uses as well, because that's what I can find tutorials for. Timothy Yen, IO, look at that. MBA, no MBA. So you can see here, hopefully one day I can do my degree in communist economics. Communism doesn't work. You heard it here first. Babylon JS is better for XR. 3JS is faster. Is 3JS faster? I thought 3JS was just nice because it had more tutorials. There are more resources out there. Yeah, I did a degree in management information systems, which is like 2 classes on programming. Absolutely killed it. 1 class on databases, and then the rest was just management and all that other garbage. But I was actually pretty good at it. Like there was a class in there that was very, very good. It was a class on like presenting and how to present well and how to field questions really well. So we did a lot of training on things like don't do the normal like English tells. So don't do like There's also I think or like. I think and like are also common words. And okay. You know what? I just realized I put management information systems on here twice. This should read risk management and insurance 2019. What a pain. Want to revive the extinct Soviet Union? Isn't that what old Vladimir is trying to do? Invalid value. Invalid value. Global docs can only be key value pairs. So that is string. Well, yeah, there we go. Besides in Argentina, they indoctrinate that way. So Venezuela and Argentina plummet. Perhaps. Think communism sounds really good when you don't have a ton of money, but I think what a lot of people don't realize is that there's no incentive to do any better. Because the amount of work that you put in will always give you the same output, which is nice. But then once you reach that output level, you'll never want to put in more work because you'll always get the same result no matter what, pretty much, right? To each according to their needs and their ability. And also, I don't think there's never been like a true Marxist communist states either. They always get stuck on step 2. So isn't it like this? There's just 3 steps to a communist revolution, right? So there's the people's uprising. That's most states do that pretty well. That might be controversial, but I hazard a guess and say that most states do that pretty well. Two is the formation of a temporary people's government in order to distribute resources. And then step 3 is the dissolution of the temporary governments. And so then you have people's rule. But everyone always gets stuck at step 2. Everyone always gets stuck at step 2 with the temporary people's governments. Which is very unfortunate, isn't it? Because that's just an autocracy at that point. Because then there's only one party, the People's Party. Of course. Static func apply key value. So there is from dictionary to dictionary. So for key in from keys, we'll have var value. Here thinks they're revolutionary. I don't know. From key, we'll need to do this check, blah, blah. Valid value, expected key value pair. So to key is equal to value. Yeah, something like that. So here we don't need this anymore. We'll just apply key value. So from data to global. Apply classes, that's not necessarily true. Apply consts, apply key value from data to consts. So I'm just wrapping everything because I don't trust myself. And also, it's not super duper performance heavy, or we don't care about performance because this is just for documentation generation. Apply key value data bars, and then we'll just run through the entire doc data thing if we want to look at stuff. Do I still have that other thing open? I do. Which part are you working on? I'm working on this part. So look at this. So this is something I threw together really quickly, which is the thing I'm also working, or I'm looking at. I wrote this during a meeting today. So I think it looks pretty good. Besides, you know, this part, but we can we can work on that. However, it works via Python style docstring, but Godot is actually adding docstrings in Godot 4, and I don't think it's getting backported because it relies on changes to how the GDScript parser works. So I'm rewriting it because I didn't realize that, but it's needed because I keep forgetting how my code works. So I would like to have a little bit of documentation for myself at the very least, and then maybe other people will find it useful. But I think this is not bad. This is not bad. So you have your function name. Just ignore this part. Ignore the name. But the description, example tag, author tag, methods. Then you have your input parameters, blah, blah. So it's very Java doc style. Very Java doc style. So method, description, parameters, parameter name, type, description, return value, description of the return value. Like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I just need to think about it. Need to think about it a bit more. Or possibly like turn my brain off and stop thinking about it so hard. Always hard to say. So if index +1 is equal to code size, then we'll do doc data apply global, so whatever our working data is. Whatever our working data is, and then we'll always do from clear. Yeah. I think that should be fine, because most of these are strings, so they're not reference stuff. Okay, so we look ahead. This is the line ahead, so we check to see if this is like, if you put like a doc string at the very end of your file. So if you do something like this, like hello, what we'll do instead is apply this doc string just to your global class thing, I guess. Or you know what I can do here, existing value is equal to to get key string. And then since every single piece of documentation is going to be a string, we can do bump, 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 bump. So we'll just append it, basically. So existing value value. Yeah. So we'll never ever overwrite anything. Yeah. Feels pretty good. So like this is valid. This will just be appended to the very top. Yeah. Or the very top description. Nice. Heart. So function finish, I probably still need this. We'll keep it around just for now. I don't think I need it anymore now that I'm doing the look ahead. Possibly, yeah, look ahead and also like look behind as well. Yes, but line ahead, then we can determine what's inside of the line ahead. So we'll do split code and then strip, actually, line ahead, and then, what am I doing? Var stripped line ahead. Could probably wrap this in another function as well. Get line type. Yeah, get line type. So given some text, this will give you some sort of enum. Yeah. So enum, line types. So none, so always have a none value, where none is always going to be an error. Instead of silently failing. Probably one of the only things I've learned from professional software development is to fail fast. Because failing fast sounds like a bad thing, but failing fast sounds like a bad thing, but it's better than not failing at all. And then just not realizing that you should be failing. It's better than not failing at all and then having things accidentally work, because that's how you know, mess up your foundations. Then at that point, anything is possible. So if it's an empty, yeah, if it's an empty, then whatever, then you'll have consts. Const enum var. Okay. And then func. All right, so I guess these map back one-to-one to the actual things. Good thing Godot does not treat them as real key values. Yeah, should be fine. So then this returns an integer. Return line types none. Then here, we'll hit it with var, or we'll just do text is equal to text strip edges. So we'll strip both edges, because in some cases, so when we're parsing things like this, we want to know which thing to apply it to. So if we only ever check like the first value, it's going to be wrong. Yeah. But we always want to check starting from the left. Otherwise, you'll have false positives like this. So you check for a const. This will actually be var underscore consts will be flagged as a const, because it technically has const in the name. So we get their text. We strip the edges, and then we just look for various characters starting from the left. So it's text begins with, yes, begins with. So if text begins with is there a way to do this using a match statement? I don't think there is. All right, we'll just do it manually. Line types var, pretty easy. We could do an elif, but we're always returning immediately anyways. Following the updates, what you do in Godot 4 stable? Yeah, that's the plan. That's why I'm trying to, been working on this a lot more. Like, it's not hard to port to Godot 4, but Godot 4 is going to, you know, it's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit, I think, based off of what I've worked on, or based off of my experiences with it. It's pretty far off. Types, class. We'll just do it in the same order, I suppose. There's var, enum, no, const, enum, var, and then func. Text begins with all right, there we go. Thought you would do like Mortal Kombat devs with primitive Unreal Engine 3? Probably not, no. I mean, Godot 3 isn't too bad, right? But I think there's a lot of really nice stuff that's been added in Godot 4. Like, the modifications that I've made to Godot aren't super extensive, right? Like, the only good reason why you would ever stay with an older engine is if you've made a lot of pretty significant changes to it. So I know that I have made a pretty good amount of changes to Godot. Where is it? Godot. So like, this is my personal fork of Godot that I maintain. And then a little bit about you when you use it. What? Yeah. So I've only made like 3 changes so far. One of them is exports only. Then here I'm able to capture standard out, standard error, and then also it just has TOML support for whatever reason. How nice. All right, so match get line type line ahead. Okay. So if it's a func, well, so like, I feel like class will require additional parsing. Everything else is pretty easy. It feels like it's doing a lot more of the same, but bear with me here. Line types. So there's const. Well, I feel like const, var, and enum, or const and var should be handled the same way. Enum, maybe not. Think about it. Line types, enum. And then line types, func. Okay. So for functions, so we already have the working sets here. Here. Where is here? Here. Yeah, so there's our working data, our working set, whatever you want to call it. And func finished. You know what? Get rid of func finished. We're not going to use func finished anymore. Param text string. The line to check. Return int. The line types enum. Corresponding line types enum. Okay. Func. So handle func. So we'll have the working data, and then we can, yeah, okay. So working data, dictionary. What we'll do, this is our data now. Working data, duplicate, like that. So working data duplicates true. So we'll make a copy of it, and then we'll clear it. Yeah, okay, and then so this is our copy of it. We need to finish handling everything inside the function by the time we're done with this. So this is working data. Just pass it in like that. Yeah, that's not so bad. Oh, it's the working data and then also the line ahead. Oh, actually, no, you can't do it like that because you have no idea if you have the rest of the, it's like you need to introspect on, yeah, it's like you need to introspect on this thing here. We could just hold on to it, I suppose. We could just hold on to it. That's the hard part, is like, now I'm just writing my own parser. So it is a func. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to hold on to it. So working data. Or there's like a doc and then like a target data. So like instead of working data, we can call it doc data, and then there's target data. And then we'll just have to combine the two once we finish parsing both of them. Okay. It'll work, yeah. I mean, that's similar to what I was doing here. Yeah, instead of having a data structure though, I just kind of have a bunch of flags. So there's like the is function flag, is multi-line, because I need to consider that because this is valid GD scripts, right? So if I just parse the first line, then I don't know what the return type is. And then also, if you just parse the first line, you might also miss out on some parameters because this is valid. And also very fair because that's, I tend to do that a lot in my code. Or what I could do, I can pass along the data, pass along the split code size, and then pass along our current index, and then we'll just continue parsing from there internally. Yeah, okay, that'll work. So this is, yeah, I guess this is the code. So this will be a copy pool string array, and then the index. Start index, which is an integer. So this is now wrong. So we'll pass along the working data. We'll pass along the split code. It'll just be a copy, and then the index. We're not writing from it, so that's fine. Yeah. So we clear our working data, whatever. And then also we can take out most of these flags, I think. That's probably what I'm going to be doing here. So take that out. Results we still want. But now this thing is just if working data is empty. Yeah. I think that's the API. I think that's the API. So otherwise, if not docstring in line, then we're not parsing a docstring. Yeah, And then here we can guarantee that we'll always have a docstring in the line because they're doing it Java doc style for whatever reason, not like Python doc. So I think that simplifies that piece of the parsing logic. And then I feel like it might be worth it to... Okay, I've done this before as well. I think this is actually the same idea I used for parsing OpenC face data. So when you're parsing through the entire packets, what you would usually want to do is use a reference variable. So like class counter here, and then we'll have var I, which is an integer, equal to 0, something like that. So usually primitives can only be passed by value, but if you wrap it inside of a reference class, then you can start modifying it by reference. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to change this from a for loop to a while loop, and then we'll just pass around the counter. So while counter I is less than split code size -1. Counter I. It's a bit weird. It's okay. If counter I, so we look ahead, but we don't store it. If counter I is equal to that blah blah, and then we just get the line ahead, but then we can then pass along the counter here. So start index. Well, we'll just pass along the counter. So the reason why this is neat is because we'll never retrace anything, right? So usually what would happen when I go into this function, so we'll say we parse this docstring. If we went into handle func, I wouldn't actually be keeping track of which index we're at. So then, we'll parse the function, then start here again, and then just have to continue parsing the next line. Now with the counter, we'll parse. We step into here, look ahead a few lines, and then we'll still be able to go back where we left off. So it's like we're stepping into a different context, but our global count stays the same. Yeah. So line ahead. All right, then here, increment. So this will be I plus equals 1, return I, something like that. So this is counter increment. It stores states, self-mutates, so now we're at the correct count. And so whenever we are trying to increment, we should always do counter increments like that. I think there is a pretty good chance of me accidentally null pointering though. Or skipping ahead far too many skips. We'll think about it. So handle function. So here's our working data. We'll come back to it. Let's start parsing docstring data now. So we know exactly which one it is, because if there's not a docstring in the line, then we don't care about it. I think there are a few edge cases, right? So then I need to compare the first two characters of the line. So is it line left Returns the number of characters from the left of the string. Alright, so I need to check the size. Well, no, I can guarantee. Position. Huh? Hold on. That won't run, but I need to check something. Reload. But what is left? Returns a number of characters from the left of the string. Is it position? I guess this is still fine. I guess it's still fine. So if line left is equal to the doc string is not equal to the doc string, then we know that this is a doc string specifically for a variable or a constant. So then we'll need to go into one of these. We'll need to figure it out. Trust that you'll add animation scripts for the private part of the Vtuber model. What do you mean the private parts? Everything is open source. It's not too hard. If you look at how the duck is implemented, that's pretty much how you would do it for any custom model. It's pretty much how you would do it for any custom model. Not too hard. I think the API for extending models is not too bad. Func handle line. So some sort of text, blah blah. Code pool string array. Lots of copies going on. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. Come on, amigo, it's part of the business. Well, you know, open for commissions, etc., etc. If you need any programming work done, you know, as long as there's some cold hard cash involved, I'll take it under consideration. So there's the working data. That's fine. Here we go. Code and the counter. So we'll pass in the working data, blah, blah. So this we simplified to just a handle line, which will be, oh no, what am I doing? Line ahead. So it's line ahead, handle line, line ahead, split code, and then the counter. Yeah, something like that. Handle line, this line, split code. Yeah. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true. That's not what this does. Right, because this solves for this one specific case where you have like default error value, right? That's what this solves for. That's pretty tough to do, though. Let's just not handle it for now. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. We'll go back. We'll go back. I've lost confidence. Split code. to do stub else it is the doc string. And so then we'll start parsing the current working set, essentially. Or we'll start working with the current working data. The working data, not the working set. Although it is pretty close to what I would define as that kind of stuff. So description, I guess this is called desk. In Godot now, or Godot 4. Yeah, and then we'll need to have all of this stuff. Bum, bum. So we're looking for exact strings now. Is that how a Java doc works? I thought Java docs didn't have the colon, but maybe I'm crazy. That's kind of gross. I'm gonna do it like that, and we'll just have to look for it. We'll just have to look for it. So we'll look for var split is equal to a pool string array. We have the line split on this, allow empty, false, max split 1. And so now what we should have when we parse param is the first part and the second part. The second part is what we want. Yeah, because then we need to split on the first colon. So then split is then equal to, well, we should do a verification first. So if split size is not greater than 1, then we'll just continue. That's an empty, just an empty at, which is technically valid, I guess. You just decide to promote this app to any community. Which app? This app? It's kind of around. It's not as promoted as it really should be. Promotion is not one of my strong suits, to be sure. Not a huge fan of doing that, but some people have done it. Like I think when you Google OpenCFace GD, I mean, it does show up, and there's a person who has been making videos, Rogue Ren. I don't know what this is, but look at that. It's pretty much only Rogue Ren, so super fan spotted. Etc., etc. So split size is less than 2. What am I doing? Split size is less than 2. This is an empty at character. So it'll just be ignored. That might not be valid. Maybe what should happen is we'll just add it to the current working data as a description. Is that without promotion there will... It is that without promotion there will only be 69 downloads. That's it, including me. Nice. Nice. I don't know how many downloads there are. I think if I put it on itch.io, I would be able to track it. But I don't know. I know that like an okay amount of people have tried it out. Let me think. What am I doing? Ah! Working data. Okay, so data. Hold on. I'm doing things I shouldn't be. Okay, so then func. So add key. Yeah, so add key, which is be some sort of string. Data text will be equal to I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Like there's a good way of structuring the data here. Because I don't think just ignoring an empty @ is good. Because I think this is still valid, right? If you were to have this. I mean, it'd be pretty weird, but... yeah, that'd be pretty weird, but you can do it. You can do it. I'm thinking. No, we'll keep it as a dictionary for now. I can't think of a better way of doing that. Split size is less than 2. This is an empty @ character. We don't want to just add it to whatever our current description is, though. It's an empty @ character to do. We shouldn't just discard it. But actually, this is only checking for tags as well. So check for tags. Or I suppose what you could do is just have a flag somewhere, hopefully not on the working data. Although we could set a flag on the working data. Class working data. Is flag, or not is flag, is tag. Is tag is false, is key is value. That doesn't make any sense. I need to, yeah, I still need to keep track of the flags somewhere. Is tag false? Or can't I just do it here? But then I don't know what the previous part of the thing was. Why is this so much more difficult? Why is it so much more difficult going the other way? Ugh. Split size is less than 2, then that means that we're not currently processing a tag. But maybe what I should be doing is stripping out the... Oh yeah. I should be stripping out the first 2 docstring things, yeah. So line is equal to line trim prefix docstring. Okay. Then if is tag, or is currently tag. Well, if it is a tag, then we want to check to see if line left 1 Oh, what the heck? If is tag and is left is equal to just like a space character. So if it's a space character, then we're no longer is tag. Sure. Or possibly we want to match on that value. So if it is a tag, then we'll match line left 1. So if it is a tab, then we still want to process this as whatever is under the previous tag. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So whatever, if we run into a tab, as in here, then everything under that will apply to the previous tag that we encountered. Otherwise, we won't consider it to be processing a tag anymore. But then you have no guarantee that you have a space here. Oh my god. Line stream prefix. So if line size, line length is less than 1, then is tag is false. Else, This is gross. When you say match, I think of Tinder. Nice. Tinder is just really demoralizing to be on though as a dude. It's just a ton of bots and then just getting ghosted constantly. Feels bad, man. Yeah, this is gross. If it's less than 1, then we're no longer in a tag. If line left 1 is equal to, is not equal to a tab, or you know what? It's just both of these, right? Okay. I feel like I can push this into somewhere else. Am I still using handle line? I'm not. Let's get rid of handle line. Let's do like a handle tag. So then we'll still have our working data. I want to push this into another scope so I don't have to think about it too hard. Pool string array. We'll just keep pushing around the same stuff over and over again. Can you do this? Will it automatically convert it for me? I think it will. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it automatically converts it for you, but I'm not sure. Yeah, but if it is tag, then we'll do all of this stuff. Yeah, so then we'll jump into a new scope. I'm trying to get this straight in my head, but this is tough. Or maybe I'm just way overthinking it. Right. Because all of this is just the description. This is a tag. Then we need to check the first character. If there is nothing there, so like this point has nothing there, then it means that we jump out of it. We're no longer in this scope. We're no longer in a tag, so we want to jump back out. Yeah. Okay. So var line string is equal to code counter increments, something like that. So we'll increment it ourselves here. So all our handlers should be incrementing it when we call them. handle tag. So we pass in the working data, the split code, and the counter. Is tag false? And then at some point we need to jump out of it as well. And then maybe this stuff should just be here, right? Hurry when typing makes you very hungry, does it? Makes me very thirsty. Working data, duplicate, true. Okay, so we have our line, and then we can do while line is not less than 1, or line length is not less than 1. Now we also need to clean it as well. So code trim prefix docstring handle tag. So we want to trim the prefix. Yeah. So it should be where did this line come from? You're thirsty because you talk as much as my teacher. Well, I'm trying to think my way through it. Because this is how I normally program anyways. It's just like looking at something, talking to myself like a crazy person, and then seeing if it makes sense. Unfortunately, this is more of like an algorithm thing. So there is a good way around it. I just need to figure out what the good way around it is. Or let's do handle docstring, right? So for the entire docstring, yeah, we'll just move everything over here. Yeah, what am I doing? Is not a docstring. Yeah, I guess we'll just return. Yeah, here. Then, yeah, because now we're handling the tag stuff here. Okay, so get out of here. Then we'll just handle docstring. Working data, split code, counter. That's a lot cleaner at the very least. But then we need to think about this, because now we need to check this stuff. So line. Oh, but now we need to actually jump into a separate context, which is a bit tough. Or no, because it's a docstring, right? Yeah. So you'll never have any variable definition inside of your docstring. Yeah, what am I doing? Yeah. I don't need to handle that case because the case is not possible. So this is basically like while line dot length, well, line dot length is greater than 0 and something like that. So that's where we start our infinite loop. Then we can move this to here inside of the while loop. So if our line left two things are not doc strings, because this is the but then if you have no, because you're actually no, but yeah, because then for these have a separate state. Okay, let's see. Strip values or strip left tab strip or tab trim. It should be a string and then defaults to just nothing. So we don't need to worry about it, but whenever we want to go into an inner class and generate documentation for that, I think that's okay. So we'll just specify the tab trim amount whenever we need to. Probably should not do it like this though. Tab trim amount integer. Defaults to 0. And for I in tab trim amount, we'll do line is equal to line trim prefix tab. Yeah, there we go. And then while line length is greater than 0, the very end of it. Oh, this is automatically trims the prefix of that as well, which probably don't want to do there. Line is equal to line trim prefix that thing. Oh, but then we need to check this thing here. Boom, boom. Okay. So first, but then we need to, okay. There's a few things we need to do here. 1, trim the tabs if we need to trim any tabs. Yes. Then we need to check to see that if we actually have a doc string. If there is no doc string at that point, then we just bail out. Then we trim the current line. And then we'll just run this over and over again inside of the while loop. So code, counter, increment. We do need to make this index safe because it's currently not. But that's pretty much it, right? So while line length or while counter is less than, and then we'll bail out whenever we need to bail out. Yeah, so while counter I is less than code size minus 1. So counter increment will change itself as needed. Yeah. If counter I plus 1 is equal to or greater than or equal to code size, then just bail out as well. But then that means that the working set needs to be applied to the doc data, or the doc data apply global, yeah, whatever data that we've accrued here, and then let's return. If we reach the end of the file while parsing a doc string. Then assume it's a file wide docstring. They left me with a 4-day-old fried chicken in the fridge. It's better than 5-day-old fried chicken. This is true. This is true. On the bright side. Always look on the bright side. Because on the flip side, right, it could always be worse. Everything could always be worse. So you gotta find the bright side of things, no matter what. Actually, I guess this is just true. Just check to see if it's true, and then we'll break or return whenever we need to. Yeah. So if line left 2, and this is also like post trim. Yeah, so then we take all of this stuff out. So empty line, we'll do all of this stuff first, yeah. So while true, if the counter plus equals, so we'll do an index check there. We get the line, blah, blah, blah. Then we'll start processing it here. And if line left 2 is no longer a doc string, then we will kind of just bail out of it for now. So then our working data is then reset back to our current data. So data duplicate. So we just put it back into it. Is tag, and then we don't even need is tag anymore. So say goodbye to that. But we do need to have, it's like floating. How would you do this? Because this is always associated with this, or this is associated with this, this is associated with this. So I need to hold on to it while still having space to work on more stuff. Var working doc string, working doc data, and then we'll pass it back to the actual doc data whenever we need to. Blah, blah, super progress. Oh, we're thinking about it. We're thinking, right? Once you have a good design, everything gets a lot easier. I just don't have a good design for going in the opposite direction. Working doc data. So I'll clear it, and then just set it equal to this thing, whatever that is. Finished parsing doc string, basically. So the counter should also be correct. Tab trim amounts, yeah. Line trim prefix, and then we'll start parsing this stuff. So anything up until we hit a tag is a part of the description. So if line split full string array. Can you make a calculator with Python? Yes. It's not particularly difficult. Why do you ask? Do you doubt my abilities? split here, allow empty, false, max split 1. Then if split size is equal to 1, then that means that there was no tag. It's either no tag or is an empty split. No tag or hanging at. Yes. Because we're not stripping the edges just yet. No, just random conversation. I suppose if you want to see a calculator I made with Godot, which might be considered cheating, I suppose. I did write a pseudo calculator. That might be kind of cool, I suppose. Code is free and open source. Everything is free and open source, etc., etc. So it's like a calculator, but also enables just running random arbitrary code, I guess. So that's neat. It's super scuffed though. I made it in response to a Reddit post I saw where people were freaking out in the comments. Oh, it's arbitrary code execution. But no, actually, Godot's built-in code execution stuff does not actually allow for arbitrary code execution. No, it's sandboxed. So I wrote a version that was not sandboxed. So no hanging tag. Or if there's no tag, or a hanging whatever, then we'll do okay, yeah, and we can self-contain it here. So this is like the current tag, which is nothing. So if left or line left 1. All right, I suppose we want to match on it. No, we're just checking for a space. This is equal to an empty space. Or no, if it's equal to a tab, then we'll apply it to the current tag and then, I feel like this is the wrong approach. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, man, I don't think this is correct. I think this is getting too complicated. Where did I go wrong? So this one, all it does, or all I did, verifiable that I wrote it because that's my name. I wasn't paying attention though at the time. Yeah, this one, oh, you know what? This one just processes everything in just one go, which is terrifying. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. I'm really disliking this. It's the horrible design. What was I thinking? All right, get rid of most of this. This is just bizarre. Bring me back to the old flag system. The old flag system was way better. Thinking about this too hard. This is very well designed. Yeah, totally. The old flag system was easier. It was a bit more spaghetti, but I know it worked. And I think if I'm just careful about it, it should be fine. Docstring builder. Or it's basically just a string builder, right? These are all string builders. we'll just call it a builder. It's the builder. Is docstring, and then we need to keep track of current tag, or it's a tag type something var tag name. I guess tag name doesn't matter. Yeah, tag name doesn't matter. We only care about the type. Yeah. For newbies, this is beautiful. We don't see them as you see. Well, you should be very scared. There's a lot that could go wrong with the approach that I'm choosing to follow for whatever reason. Tag data. How did I do functions? Function data? Function data. Oh yeah, you know what? I remember. I remember. Oh, that's horrible. Var func name. Yeah, okay. So data actually referred to, well, data referred to all data as a whole for the current file. Yeah. But what I should be doing is trying to organize them a bit earlier, I think. Oh no, the streamer I'm watching is a bit different. Bring someone else on. Give me 1 sec. You might be saying, oh, aren't you streaming right now? Why are you watching another streamer? And I don't know. That's just how I program. I watch other things on the side. Gotta distract yourself somehow so you stop thinking as hard. So extension, file, read, get as text, split code. Yeah, okay. And then for line in split code. Okay. So if line is, yeah, for line in split code. So now we're going back to the flag methodology. So if line begins with docstring, but then we can't guarantee that. If line, actually we totally can't. So if line strip edges true, false, because we only want to strip the left edge. So if, or is it strip edges or strip edge? I think it's strip edge. No, strip edges. Almost certainly. Yeah, strip edges begins with docstring. Remember how so your children do not become VTubers as the way it's open source. Yeah. Might have noticed that I mostly work on open source, so I mean that's the comeback I always come back with. Is like, if you think that you can do better, you know, go ahead. You know, everything's there. So is docstring is true. Elif var stripped. Okay, so that'll just be a string, and we'll just have to remember that. Strip line. This will be our temp variable, I think. Because I do always need to check against this one, and then we want to keep this one as just like, this is the unmodified line that we'll use later. Elif stripped. So it begins with, Otherwise, if stripped begins with oh, what am I doing? Func, then is func is equal to true. And then we'll also toggle off, wait. So if strip begins with func, we'll always want to generate some documentation for it. Yeah. I think we'll always want to generate documentation for it. So true. We want to allow empties. So if there's an empty line between this and the next thing, yeah, we'll have to check for this flag and this flag. So when we're finished processing the function, we'll check to see if we also were processing a docstring beforehand, so that we'll know to bundle them together. Otherwise, this docstring is just applied globally, more or less, or it's applied to global scope, the file scope, as opposed to this one specific method. Begins with this thing, blah, blah. Is var false. I think most of these are pretty easy. Is const false, var is enum false. Begins with, we won't handle most of these though just yet. But then we need to hold on. Elif is function, then do a thing. Yeah. So if strip begins with docstring, we can guarantee that we will always have a docstring. Otherwise, if it begins with function, then we're inside of a function. Yeah. If it doesn't match with any of these, then we need to check to see if it ends with, elif stripped ends with colon, then is func is false, and then we should start processing everything that we've gathered so far. So we need to process like the docstring data. So, okay, let's put that here. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm gonna play Silent Hill on the PlayStation. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. One day I'll make games again. Then you'll see. Elif is function. All right, so this is where we want to combine. So to do combine docstring plus func here. If it's still a function, then we want to just continue trying to process the function. To do continue processing multi-line function. Okay, then if stripped ends with, or hold on, I did this here as well, right? Yeah, I did. Is multi-line function is equal to stripped edges, or strip edges defaults. Yeah, ends with colon. Thanks for your direct. No problem. Assuming you meant thanks for your direction. All right, so is multi-line. If is multi-line and line ends with, so if is multi-line and stripped ends with a colon, okay, then is function is now false. And is multi-line is also now false. And then we need to combine here. We need to continue processing here, and then everything else is just like variable level stuff. So we'll think about that. We'll think about that. And here, if not is docstring, or not is func, or not is multi-line function, then we'll just continue. That's pretty easy. Then here, okay, so if is docstring. This is pretty much the same. I'm just trying to invert what I was doing before. So now we want to process the line, not the stripped line that we were processing before. Although we will be following roughly the same methodology that we were doing. Yeah. Is docstring is equal to false. Yeah. So if it is a docstring, then we have our docstring data that's available for us to start processing stuff from. Okay. So if line is equal to line strip edges left, right, don't strip that. It's pretty much the same thing that I did up there, but don't worry about it. Okay. Hold on. Line replace docstring with nothing, and then also strip the edges as well. So now we should just have nothing, yeah. Or we'll have all of this, and then we'll also minus off. Oh, actually, no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, yeah. Because then I need to analyze what the first character is. If stripped size length, if the length is less than 1, then we'll just continue. That's pretty easy. So this is empty docstring, no space. Or actually, no. What we'll want to do is add this to the builder. Builder appends just an empty string, it doesn't matter. And then here we'll do if strip, then also we want to strip the edges. Just strip both sides, begins with an at. Then we know that we're on a tag. So then stripped is equal to stripped strip edges. So we'll finalize it. Oh, and then we can't split it there. Okay, so var split is a pool string array. one of these, so split on the at. And then we only want to split once. So allow empty, no. Wait, yes, true, but only split once. So if split size is only equal to 1, which means that we have an empty at. Or if it's less than 2. Okay, so if split size is less than 2, then we'll just do builder append and at, I suppose. Builder append at, and then just continue. So this is an empty at. Empty at. Because we also do not allow empty, right? Allow empty. Oh, actually, false. Yeah, empty at. So we'll just append it because it must be an at literal, I suppose. Whatever is currently in the builder, we'll just have to accept it. Otherwise, we know that we have at least 2 things, which means that we'll now have at, or we'll just have this string. So param colon something. So then we'll want to split on the colon, the first colon. Strip, or no, it's split. Actually, no, that's not true. We don't want to, we want to split on the colon. What am I doing? Split on the first colon. Because we've already verified that it begins with an at. Stripped is equal to stripped trim prefix. Get rid of the at. So we remove the first at. Split on the colon. And then this is, if this is an empty colon, because you can split something. You can try to split an empty string and then nothing will happen. Yeah. Like an empty tag, basically. Empty tag. So papa. So we split on the first colon, so that'll give us the name. Yeah. So then tag type. Tag type is equal to split 0. Yeah. And then the rest is just like pertinent information. And then if you want to have multi-line, the other lines will have to have a tab under them. Yes. Which is a bit different from how I would do it. So tag type is equal to split 0, which is, in this case, it would be param. Then we have everything over here. Stripped is equal to split this thing, and then we'll strip edges for this one as well, because we don't want to keep any of that stuff. There's our tag type. So now we'll want to split on stripped split this hyphen in the middle. So if there is no hyphen, then it's basically just the param name and type, or possibly even just a param name, which is fine. So split, allow empty, false, max split 1. So here what we're doing, our tag type given at param string description store param, something like that. This one is given or actually that's wrong. This is boom boom. Yeah, given param and then path string description store param. Yep. And then this one store this thing. Okay. Then we'll split it once again on the hyphen. Yeah. If split size is less than 2, then we can assume that actually, do you even need a builder for this? Yeah, I guess you don't. I guess you don't really need a builder. I guess you don't really need a builder for this one. Yeah. Right, so because if this is not true, strip edges begins with at. Else, if strip edges size is equal to empty, or I guess if it's empty, why not? Then we can assume that we want to build whatever we need to build, right? Build string var r is equal to pool string array builder. Yeah, that's your string. Builder clear return r. Yeah, one of these. Yeah, so if that's empty, then we will if tag type not tag type empty, then in docstring data tag type will equal build string, something like that. Yeah. And I suppose you can have multiple of the same tag inside of your whatever. Oh, but wait, you need to check to see if it's any of these things, or more specifically, if it's a param. Yeah. Or actually all of these, right? All of these you can possibly have more than one. Ugh. If docstring data not has tag type, docstring data tag type. So we'll just append a bunch of strings to it. But no, that's not what you want to do. Tag type, maybe you don't want to build a string like this. You know what? I'm done with this. Let's just get back to working on the main project. I'm confusing myself. We'll work that out later. I think I'm thinking too hard about it, which is honestly a very common issue for me. All right, but where this is going is that we have a few errors. That's fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. Duck path VRM failed to parse scripts. Yeah, really? VRM extensions VRM. Resources, extensions, VRM. Try load model. Okay. So duck path is not declared in the current scope. What is declared in the current scope? Isn't this on the runner trace? All right, it's on default model. Okay, yeah, that happens sometimes. I'll just forget that I make some changes that breaks a bunch of other stuff. I think I should be able to test this somewhat asynchronously. Yeah. So we export the project. Gotta make sure, hold on. Resources, we're not exporting absolutely everything. So the Mtune shader, we do want that. M2 compat, why not? Advanced expression, we're not quite there yet. No real-time lip sync just yet. VRM, we want that. Actually, VRM, do we want that? We'll keep it around for now. We don't actually want that though. Assets, Alicia, we won't bundle that. There's the duck. Everything is still here. In model, we keep most everything. Pub sub, okay, model, we want everything. Resources, we don't want to export any resources. Screens, we do want to export everything. Temp, absolutely not. No tests. Utils, want to export most things. So if we export here, I think we should be able to just run. Should be fine. Assuming that I selected the correct release template. Yeah, that's it. Then here, if we go to Puppeteer, resources, grab that, export, resources, say goodbye. What is this, Windows folder? Okay, yeah, that's just the release I was using at some point. Did something break? Did something break? Did I export it to the wrong path? Very possible. Would not be the first time I've done that. Yeah, okay. So we can run it. Then this should hopefully be pulling from the appropriate thingamajig. Yeah, and then if we look at the logs, error code 13, config manager metadata load error using defaults. Yeah, runner file not found. Oh, runner file not found. Okay, yeah, I mean that's probably fair. Don't know what this is. I've completely forgotten. But I think if you were to try to load in one of these things, so assets, VRM model, we should be able to load it in using one of the runners. Yeah, we can. Look at that. Okay, and then it's not even using any of the bundled stuff, which is nice. Look at that. I think that this GUI stuff should also just work. Maybe, maybe not. Some things appear to be broken. That's very possible. What happened? Or did this not parent properly? Hard to say. We'll go back to the main menu. Send me back here. Are these broken in this one? No. Okay, maybe it's just broken in the The VRM one. I'll have to. Oh, you know what? The VRM one isn't listening for inputs. I remember. Oh yeah. Because the VRM one is probably overriding some stuff I shouldn't be overriding. So default runner. Or maybe I just want to. I don't know. I don't know. Or do I just need to have this file there? Is that how that works? I didn't think that's how that works. Set up scene. What was I doing here? I think most of this is fine. This ready function isn't necessary at all. Yeah. This is hard-coded for testing. That's true. Yeah, I'll look into it later. Although I'm pretty sure it's because I just need to have an empty function like that that doesn't do anything. But you do need to have it if you want it to be called in your subclass. So this will fail. That's fine. No. Okay. Well, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Goodbye, VRM. We'll go back to here. Look at that. Test config manager. I'm really not looking forward to having to update all the doc strings though, but I really should. I really should though. All right. I think I also noticed I don't know. That was weird. Thought I saw a double press there when I shouldn't have, or a double input. Or actually, I wonder if it's possible for me to backport whatever Godot master has. What is Godot? Where is the doc generator? Or where is the doc generator? I'm pretty sure it's not in doc. It might be in tools, huh? No. Core. Probably not. I don't really know. Is it in modules GD scripts? Language server, doc classes, probably not. Yeah. Compiler, lambda callable. Warning, register types, disassembler. Yeah, I don't really know. Is it in the parser? Is there like a doc? Give me doc. Enum values documentation. Last annotation. Consume doc comments. Okay, that's where it is. So I wonder if that's possible to backport. I don't remember ever seeing anyone backport this though. I did do a fairly trivial search trying to look for evidence of backporting, but maybe it's just not here. We'll think about it. Either way, I'll start changing my doc comments over to the new style. Yeah, because I think what's happening with doc strings is that it's really just like a no op, because you can do something like this where you just do 1 + 1, so it's actually slightly impacting my code. I guess it's a bit weird. What's the doc string button? Toggle block comments. Yeah. Is there no way to do a... Isn't that Control Shift A? Shift Alt A. Oh, but that's a doc string. Ugh. All right. You want... value variant. Okay. Yeah, that looks horrible though. Because it's using some weird formatting stuff. Metadata. And search order. Yeah. I suppose I can see how this would actually save it like a few cycles maybe. It's unlikely. But I do have a lot of doc strings. That it's not quite a no-op, I think. It might be a no-op actually. Hard to say. Okay, but what we're trying to look for is this. So on model config changed, and we're looking for this kind of data stuff. So this is a pub sub wrapped collection. I remember making this change like a few days ago. So, register config, blah, blah, callback string. Yeah. So key, args, key. I could consolidate these so that I also pass in the appropriate metadata stuff, but there's no guarantee that this will be the same stuff at runtime. So I think that's why I chose to have two separate functions. So these will always refer to the class level metadata, not the metadata that's currently registered with the pub sub, because those are two separate instances, technically. Or they could be two separate instances, which will lead to a memory leak. Yeah, something like that. But here, we're looking for a pub sub wrapped collection. Where are you? Pub sub wrapped collection. Yes. Something like that. So I think it's just get data. I think it's just get data. So if data, well, data if data, if not data is pub sub wrapped collection, else data get data. Something like that. That's kind of gross, but it will work. Which is what I tell myself so I can sleep at night. So So CM on model config changed, metadata set data. So now we can do CM. I think that's just additional bones. So we'll hit this with get data, additional bones. So bones. First we'll do if not assert not null. Or I guess if, yeah, if not assert not null. Bones, and then get data, right? Get data returns potentially nothing, I guess. Yeah, it returns a null value because it's for really quick stuff. Bones, we'll just return. Guess that's okay. I don't know, just run the current script. Okay. Neat. If not, assert equal bones. I guess that's it, right? Just assert this. And then we should pre-assert some stuff. So for here, we'll do CM model config changed. Pub sub. Or actually, can't I just set this directly? Yeah. I can just set this directly. Let's not get too weird with it. Additional bones is equal to array. Yeah. So if not assert equals CM size 3 and return, and we'll do this part. I love testing. He said as sarcastically as possible. All right, so just run me. Please run correctly. Okay. So these are all fine. Assert equal data get changed. So that should be equal to 4, I think. Is that true? Is that how I wrote it? Yeah, okay. So get changed, and then there's also like get index or something like that, right? Get data, get, yeah, and then there's an identifier. So we can grab the identifier if we need to. We can also grab the signal name if we need to. But these must all be duck type because we have no idea what they might be. Yeah. I think that's okay though, yeah. Which means that we can go back to bone display. We don't want to do anything here. I think it was in bones, right? So get rid of most of these test things. So not work. Okay. So pub sub register payload. So we need to register for the signal name, and then we will, yeah, we don't want to register for the bone name specifically. We do want to do it per page, I think. So this is the bone page, bone display. Why did I call it bone display and bone page? It's bone display, really. Bone display. That's closer to being correct. All right, get out of here. So bone display. This is bad, will not work. This is true, which is why I wrote the new thing. So the value, all of these values should be wrapped. So emit signal additional bones. Additional bones is wrapped in a pub sub thingy. So pub sub wrapped collection new. So it's the collection, the identifier, and the signal name. So it contains a bunch of random things that allow me to know what was changed. So additional bones. It was the, I think it was the bone name. Is it the bone name? Bone name? Bone ID? Bone name? Is this right? Additional bones? CM get data additional bones. Find bone. That's the bone ID. Yeah. This is the bone ID, which is an integer. I remember I changed these because I thought it'd be easier, but I think it's better just to keep it as the direct values, so, because now I actually have a way of doing this. So if state additional bones is not a dictionary, so I don't think this would have ever worked anyways. Yeah, additional bones to be tracked. I could turn this into a dictionary, so then it's now like bone names to their ID. Like yeah. I guess it would be easier if I did this as a dictionary, because then I can just do it by name. Or it's easier for me to track on my side at the very least. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. If not, bone ID in additional bones. Else, additional bones, erase this thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, hello, Yugen9. Many thanks for the raid. Hello again. Oh, hello, Issa. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, there's just a bunch of people here. How are you all doing today? See everyone sharing emotes. What were you working on, Yugen? What I am working on is, hold on. Bone ID. This is not quite correct. Additional bones. But I can show up what I'm working on. This is probably going to break if I bring up that bad menu. I'm still on this stuff. I've got a plan at the very least for how to make this work for bones, or at least as long as I don't mess with any bones, I guess it'll be okay. He says as he starts to mess with bones. Okay, well, nothing's blowing up besides for the 40 errors. That's okay. We'll work on it later. Hello. Right up, hello. Double raid. Raided twice in one stream. I'm moving up in the world. Yeah. I'm working on this application. Currently rewriting it. It was supposed to be a really slick redesign. Data structure all figured out. Everything well tested, well oiled. You know, all the tests passing. Look at that, all green. But I'm run into a problem when trying to sync up bone changes with the UI. So I think I have a way around that, but you know, we're still thinking about it. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, hope you're doing well as well. Well. What were you working on? Or, you know, if you want to get out of here because you're tired from your stream, I also understand. Yeah, I suppose the only significant thing that's changed with this project though is that I've finally moved it over to an external GitHub organization that I still control, but it's no longer super associated with my name. We'll fix up the README and all that once I finish up this part. Let's see, additional bones. What was the error I was running into? So, we don't care about this part, but we go to bones, click on pretty much anything, and then observe a bunch of errors. Just messing around on Vroid. Vroid. One of these models. Let's see. This one is generally okay and also does not mess up my Git assets for whatever reason. Whenever Windows accesses these models, it kind of like modifies the line endings, even though they're binaries. I don't quite understand what's going on there, but you know. Is there a channel point redeemed to see the anime waifu for him? Oh no, all you gotta do is ask, baby. Method not found. So where is this? Is tracking on bone updated? Oh, did something connect and I just removed it by accident? This happens sometimes. This happens often, actually. Where is it? Where did I register? Where did I register you? Classic CRLF line endings on Windows? Yeah, it's possibly that, but it's weird that it's changing it on a binary file. Duck and the waifu forms are very cute. Oh, thanks. No, you. Oh, it's this part. I see. So if I get rid of this, and then I just connect it to onBone updated for myself. So self, signal name, and then, but then we need to connect it to every single one of the bone displays. So I need to keep track of that as well. So bone display. Oh no. Oh. It's backwards. We don't even need the bone name anymore, actually. We don't have access to that. Plus you have my duck model. The duck model would be neat. The duck model is free and open source as well. I've been talking about putting a license on it for the longest time though, so, you know, just whenever you feel like it, I guess. Because I did make the duck model. The work files are somewhere. One of these days. One of these days. It'll be here. Alright, so register for that signal, bone display, and then every single one of these. I gotta think. Yeah, maybe one day when there's merch. Streamer merch. So here, it's a bit hard. I know what value I'll be getting. This is not true. This is also not true. Check button. We can just do something pretty dangerous, and we'll just check. We'll see what the value is. So bone ID, this will be additional bones since we're appending it. Oh no, actually. Hold on. If bone ID in additional bones, then we'll do additional bones erase. This is not a great solution, but I know it'll work. Yeah. So my solution to my original problem, I should probably draw it out because it's hard to explain what the problem is. But the solution to my problem that I've been having. So signals in Godot work like this. You have a sender. It's very small. How do I make this bigger? It's not all that much bigger. Yeah, so you have a sender. Well, I suppose, yeah, sender and a receiver. Now the problem is that the sender isn't sending enough information because the sender only sends key value information. So the sender is only sending me like the signal name, or actually no, the sender only sends me like the value, while the receiver fills in the UI control parts and also the, yeah, I mean that's it. That's it. And so somewhere in the middle I'm missing the actual changed value. Now usually these two things are the same. But in one very specific case, which is like the most important case as well, is with bone tracking. So for this thing, right, we have a bunch of bones, like I'm tracking my spine. I guess I'm also accidentally, I didn't realize I was tracking all parts of the bust. I guess it's not super like, can't really tell. We'll stop showing that on stream. But yeah, all of these are bones, and I track them here in additional bones, bone transforms, interpolation stuff, etc., etc. But see here, you might notice that's stored as an array, a list. So I don't know which thing specifically changed. So I don't know which UI elements to map it back to. So I don't know which UI elements an array maps back to. So the changed value is usually the same, except in one very specific circumstance. Now, what I have tried to figure out, or tried to puzzle out, I think this is the solution. It's pretty gross. It'll have to be handled differently as well on the configuration side. So now I need to have a single edge case. I was trying to avoid that because it was supposed to be key value only, but now if it's a wrapped collection, we'll unwrap it. Otherwise, here in the actual UI element that needs to be updated, because you can have multiple of the same UI elements open, so you need to update them all asynchronously. Here, I think I can just assume check button. Bone updated. Hold on, bring me back to this. Which things? Okay, so is tracking should use custom interpolation. Okay, so here we have the signal attached to the thing. Oh, but then we, yeah. Bone name, bone display, bone name. Actually, I don't think the solution is good enough. Even though I already wrote the tests and the tests were all green, I've got to think. And this is also this is the correct payload. Yeah. Wrapped collection. These are the additional bones, but we don't know which bone ID this maps back to. Oh, is that what I was doing before? Oh. Back a few days ago when I was a bit more coherent. And I didn't leave myself enough work notes. So there should be bone name to, or bone name, which is a string, to bone ID, which is an integer. And then this should be the same. So additional bones, which is like just bones to be tracked, right, is distinct from bones to interpolate, although they should overlap. So if you're tracking your bones, or if you are tracking bones, you'll also be interpolating them, maybe. But if the bones are not being tracked, then you absolutely will not be interpolating them. Well, I guess you still could, but nothing will happen. Because interpolation refers to something like this. So we do that. Which is why this is, application is pretty performant, is because I'm only tracking at 12 FPS. I can turn it up if I wanted to, but 12 isn't so bad. The only thing additional tracking helps with is like blinking and mouth tracking. Okay, but this. So if these are now string to integer, if these are now string to integer, or maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe yeah, string to integer is nice. String to integer is nice, but it might as well. Emit signal. Where was the signal? Here. Here's the signal. Yeah, okay. So now this is wrong. So if states, then additional bones. Bone name is equal to bone ID. Then this one will just be erase bone name if it exists. All right, and we can do this blind. Then this simplifies it, because we can check for the identifier. Bone name, additional bones, so we have enough data to come back to us as well. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Let's drink some water. Okay, so on bone updated. Oh, this is not enough information still. Not enough information. For signal name, bone display. This is the bone display. Is tracking, should pose. So we have the signal and the control. These are wrong. So just pass. So value will be a pub sub wrapped collection. So we can grab the identifier, which is the changed value. So var identifier. Identifier is equal to, well, first we need to check the type. So if value, if not, if is pub sub wrapped collection. Logger error unexpected callback value. String value. And just bail out. So pretty sure both of these should, yeah, bail out early. Button, maybe not. But the control is the bone display. Yeah, actually, I can do this. Look at that. Oh, and actually, I don't need to be inside of here at all. Yeah. But we are looking for one of these. So display. So var. The identifier, I have no idea what it might be, but var identifier. Believe, yeah, I think for most circumstances that's okay. There's only one thing. No, actually, yeah, no, these are all, well, should pose is the only one that may not come correctly. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. And since I've changed this to only accept pub sub wrap collections, we can add that there. That's not a guarantee though, because like Python, these are only type hints. They don't guarantee the type at runtime. Like you can guarantee it in debug mode, but once you export, it doesn't do anything anymore, which is very annoying. So let's see. Okay, so since we send along the bone name, we can compare it against the display. So if, actually, yeah, we can just do if display name does not equal value, then we'll also just bail out early. But then how do I know what the signal was? Oh, actually, yeah. Because I pass along the signal as well. Yeah, there we go. Could also pass it along like that, signal name. Why not? It's just nice to have sometimes. So is tracking is, okay. But wait, if you're turning it off, if you're turning it off, then that means it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, because then it's no longer in the collection anymore. Get changed, yeah. Hold on, yeah. But then, no. I've identified something that will break. Because you can't call get on arrays. That's, you must do it via this type of access. If not identifier in, wait, collection identifier if identifier in collection else null. That's kind of gross. Identifier, did I spell it wrong? Yeah. That's not good at all. I hate checking for null values. All right, we'll check for a -1 instead. All right, so signal, so match signal name. That's so gross. Because these don't map back 1 to 1. Okay. Once again, we accrue technical debt because I don't know of a good way of solving this. So instead, we'll just hopefully just isolate it to this one function and come back to it. Because I can't get bogged down. Or I don't want to get bogged down with just working on this one thing over and over again. So this will be display is tracking button, set pressed no signal, value get, hold on. Set press no signal, value get changed, value collection, hold on, value identifier in collection. Yeah, something like that. Bones to interpolate. Should pose, no, should use custom interpolation, display. Should use custom interpolation, set press, no signal. Pretty much the same thing. I need to rethink that. And then interpolation rates. display interpolation rate text is equal to, oh, but is this emitted in the same way? Pub sub wrap collection. It's not a collection at all, but it is data that I do need to wrap, I think. Is it gonna be wrapped? Yeah, I guess I can just wrap it. Yeah, we'll wrap it. Bone interp. Oh yeah, it isn't. Yeah. This one should be pretty easy, right? So because this is just get changed. Well, these are true or false values, so we need to check to see if it actually exists in the collection. Yeah. So then that's okay. This is not okay. So bones to interpolate. So pub sub wrapped collection new bones to interpolate. Bone should be bone name. Yeah, these need to change, so I'm going to keep that as an error for now. We have the bone name though. Bone name is equal to bone ID, and then erase the bone ID. Then get rid of this. Yeah, that's fine. So bone name, and then emit the signal along with it, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I guess it's fine. It's fine for now. This one is going to be similar. Yeah. Pub sub wrapped collection new, whatever the heck this is, bone name, and then bone interpolation rates. Ignore this part for now. I'll redesign it, I swear. Yeah. Run me. So you go to bones. We shouldn't get any errors. I see 27 errors already, so that's probably not a good thing. Okay, it's already connected. That makes sense. Is there a stack trace? So register, set up, yes. So signal bone interpolation rates is already, oh, okay. But no. Self signal name. I think it'll still work. So what we're looking for, okay, a few more errors, that's fine. All right, well, maybe they didn't connect then. Because I don't want, I'm trying to avoid having any logic be in any of the UI components, because that's what made this pretty hard to work with, is because there's a lot of like little helper logic in every single one of these components, which made sense at the time when I was building it out. But as always, when you have lots of logic that is kind of sequestered off in individual elements, it makes it hard to make changes later. So we're trying to connect, want to connect ourselves to this. So I know what the problem is that we cannot connect to this signal multiple times. So we want to register ourself with the signal name with this payload. So these are the additional args that we can pass here from the receiver side. And then this is the callback that we want to call afterwards. That might not be correct though. But I don't want to put the callback here, but it'll work if I put it here. No. Yeah, okay, well, for now, Let's just drop it here. And then if we have the display already, then we don't need to pass it to ourselves again. Bone display, yeah. I mean, that's ourself, so we just don't pass it anymore. Something like that. So bone display, don't pass yourself. This is just checking against your own name. Logger error, so you don't have a logger because that's just unfortunate, I suppose. We can pass along our own logger, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. That's a little jank. So logger. Yeah, that is just bizarre. Then display is tracking button. That's our own tracking button. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Then bone display. Oh, I see. Because now it is a cyclic reference, I think. I mean, they shouldn't be referring to each other, but the code does kind of refer to each other. Is it because of the logger? Oh my god, it's because of the logger. Alright, well, say goodbye to the logger. Hit me with a really quick print error then. And then we'll think about it. Because the bone display is refers to the inner each one of the inner views, which is what makes it tough. Yeah, so there's no errors. Like each one of these things is a bone display. All right, well, oh, what the heck? Oh yeah, should pose is not linked to each other, but they probably should be. Okay, so that's incrementing the error counter, that's fine. Press enter, nothing happens. Okay, I guess that did not update properly. Expected 3 arguments, but called with 2. Error calling method from text entered. Bones GD, text entered, text entered. Expected 3 arguments, but called with 2. Where? Text entered, text entered. Text entered, wait? Text entered, bones on text entered. Where are you? Ooh. On interpolation rate changed. This is bones. On text entered. On text entered. From signal text entered. Bones on text entered. Line edit text entered. Sorry. On line edit. Line edit. No, these are the only things here. And that's the connection. Yeah. Sure. Is it here? Self. Am I losing it? Oh, it's because it's connecting to the it's connecting to this thing on line edit text entered. Text entered, but then we don't want to connect to any of those. Those are wrong. Huh. Okay. I think, oh, actually, yeah, this should be interpolation rate entered. What am I doing? Interpolation rate entered. And interpolation rate changed. Yeah, there we go. And so then it only expects the text and the bone name. Okay, that's fine. Send me one more time. All these seem fine. That's invalid, but ooh. Invalid set index text on baseline edit with, okay. We're almost there. We'll just string it so it's automatically converted to the proper value once we try to save it. Although it doesn't appear like it's saving. It might be. I haven't really checked. So these update properly. I don't think this is updating oh, no, it totally does. That's cool. I remember there was a way of updating fields without it messing with where your cursor is, though. I need to remember that. Or isn't it you do this? Or no, how do you do it? How do you do it? I've done this before. I can just never remember how to do it. Who the heck would star this? I was writing a documentation generator for GD scripts because I was just bored during a meeting. All right, so how did I do the line edit stuff here? I always write these things and I'm like, all right, it's amazing. And then I just forget how I did it. So every time I write code, it's like rediscovering how things work every single time. On scan, text changed. Oh, actually, that doesn't really help at all. All right, let's go back to Puppeteer, which is the thing I'm currently working on, but this is not the current version or the current release version. Let's look at the current release version. How did I do that for input elements? Oh, I see. I think they all update on a debounce. What a pain. I think you can set a, can't you set your cursor? So Godot docs line edit. Can't you set the cursor position here? Isn't it? Caret, yeah, caret position, yeah. Where is it? Here. Then here, okay, so we're not using this anymore. Let's get rid of that. But then, interpolation rate, caret position is equal to interpolation rate. What was it? Expand to no, max length. Max length. Yeah, something like that. One more time. Once more with feeling. So I'm trying to solve for this edge case, but it's also kind of the point, right? Is that you should be able to have your UI if you want it. You'll just adjust it as need be. So if you want to have multiple things open at the same time, that should be a valid use case. Not sure why these aren't saving though. Yeah, and it's still not quite working. I think if I do, I mean, it is updating them, and I'm not sure if it's actually writing the data to the correct place, but what if you do like a yield, hit it with a get tree idle frame. So it's ever so slightly asynchronous, but asynchronous enough to allow time for this to update. Nope. Yeah, what the heck? Is that not it? So, what is it? It's max length, maximum amount of characters that can be added. Oh, okay. It's not the max length. It should be text dot size length, text length, something like that, right? What is the caret position? Cursor's position within the line edit when set the text may scroll to accommodate it. Isn't it this? So interpolation length. So we want to set the caret position to the text length -1 because it's indexed 0 indexed, I should say. All right, and I think we also just want to yield once. Possibly yield twice. I think usually once is enough though. So base, base. No, we want to yield twice. Okay. Or maybe it's this part. Also know that you don't necessarily have to restart the entire application. Okay, no, that was it. Yeah. Look at that. Weird how these aren't saving their data though. So AM config manager, model config, additional bones. Am I chest? Okay, so these don't properly set up their own values either. Why? Why are you like this? So that should be correct. Base should be using custom interpolation. So bones to interpolate. All right. Yeah, so they're not properly setting up their own values either. Let me think. Let me think. So it's more or less working. I'll just need to come up with a cleaner way of showing how this works. That's a bit weird. Or making that work. So why aren't these setting themselves up? So it's under connect element. I think the default connect element. Oh, it doesn't do anything at all. What do you know? Yeah, it's here where they do their setup stuff, but I'm not using this one. Because all of these methods really only work for, you know, the key value pair stuff. Okay. This probably needs a refactor pass. Let me see though. Signal names, bones to interpolate. And then we can grab these values from the config manager. Yeah, AM, CM, get data. What are the args? Oh, it's, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So check button. Oh, we'll do it afterwards. No, we'll do it before we connect it. Don't get it twisted. Otherwise, you'll just be firing a million signals at runtime. Or whenever you open up the window, I should say. Okay. So var data is equal to AMCM get data args signal. Okay. So data, there's your signal. If data is null, logger unable to find config data for args signal early return. Var init value will be equal to data bone. Yeah, one of these should be fine. And actually, let's just send it. So this is equal to args bone in data. Yeah, something like that. And we can reuse it for both of these. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, and then all of these will just work the same way. So just check line edit text is equal to data bone. I think that's how I'm hooking it up here. Connect, yeah. Nice. At least I had the foresight to use the same API for all of these. Would not be the first time I've just randomly forgot how my own API works. All right, this is general. I know general works because everything is key value pair there. Okay, here we have a problem. Invalid get index signal on base dictionary. Yeah. Args. Oh, bone name. Okay. I didn't update my own documentation. Good job, me. Bone name, bone, signal name. All right, one more time. Oh, sorry. Oh. Signal name. All right, one more time. We'll just pretend that other time didn't matter. There's no bone name. Invalid get index. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's arg's bone name. Sorry. Arg's bone name, which means that these are also wrong. Or no. What am I doing? No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, bone name. Yeah. Send me. Really? Invalid set index text on. Yeah. Okay. Very slowly. I'm being very fast and loose with how I'm testing this, if only because it's very quick to get started. It's very quick to get started. I think if this is like a C++ or Java application, I'd be thinking a bit harder about whether or not this is going to error out. But because it only takes about half a second to just test to see if it works. You know, one of the benefits of using an interpreted language. Oh, I see. So this if args bone name in data else, which set it as 0. What is the default value for these? Interpolation rates? No interpolation rate. Nice. Okay. Well, that's fine. So we'll look at all these. Yeah, there we go. I guess it's okay. We'll just leave a note somewhere saying that we should probably go back to this. What the heck? Please, sir. Woo! What the heck? I'm pressing period, but I can't. I wonder if it's sending it too quickly. Oh, you know what? That's absolutely it. It's absolutely it. It's sending it too quickly, and thus it's interpreting it as 1 dot, which is technically a valid float. It's my least favorite notation of notating floats. Or like .1 is a valid float as well. Stands for 0.1, 0.1. All right, so okay. So what we can do is if var current text interpolation rate text. So if these are equivalent in value, just don't do anything. Yeah. So if current text is valid float, and we'll just current text to float is equal to value get changed. Then just don't do anything. Yeah. Not sure if this took effect at all. Possibly not. That's one thing about Godot I'm never really sure about, is like, in theory, you should be able to change things. You should be able to change things at runtime, and then they should just reflect in whatever the heck you're working on. Okay. But that's not always the case. All right, so all of these, or at least all the config stuff, at least displays properly, which is good. Now, should pose not quite working, but we'll get around to it. I do have 10 errors though. Oh, the 10 errors come from this button here, should pose, which doesn't do anything. Okay, so the last one, and then we'll also just put a big to do under this. So to do, this needs to be reworked. So we'll think about it. We'll think about it. What is this connected to? So bone signals, right, yeah. But then there's bone display should pose button, toggled on should pose. Okay. So we do, in theory, have the bone name here. So bone name, pass that along. We don't need to run this through the config manager. On should pose, that should send a message back to the default, not the default GUI, the default runner. Where's the default runner? Default runner. Okay. And then this needs to refactor to reuse logic for posing the model. Oh, good. I don't remember what UI accept was supposed to do though. What did I used to have this doing? Screens, model display screen, which isn't a thing anymore, by the way. So UI accept. Oh, this is for saving tracking offsets. Ah, I remember. I remember now. Guess we'll get around to it. So I don't want to refactor this. This is such a pain because there's a lot of inputs that you need to listen for. And then also I still have not implemented like actual tracking yet. But I should. Yeah. All right. You know what? I already have this file open. I might as well start. Might as well start. So here's the physics process. This might be a bit jank. It might be better to have, because you can't override a built-in. What you actually do when you override a built-in is just add another layer, add another layer of logic on top of it. You can override custom functions, but you can't override built-in functions like physics and process, or physics process and unhandled inputs. These are my custom functions, which can be overwritten like you would with a normal programming language, but let's see. If I do it here, runner trait, built-in functions, blah, blah. Oh, I see. Put these here. Because these are, I'm treating them like built-ins. Yeah, and they're only ever called in the built-in. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'm going to follow the same thing here, the same pattern. So this is physics run. So this will take a delta. So there's a little bit of indirection, but that's fine. This might also be bad, possibly. I'm not sure. Or maybe running all my logic and physics process might be not great. I'm not sure though. Like there's no, well, I'm not really controlling any physics here, per se. There are some light spring bone physics at work though, so I'm not sure. We'll think about it. Physics run, or physics, I'll call it physics step, why not? Physics step. And then process step. Process, there is your delta. So I'll just pass it along, and then just never ever override these. You always want to override the custom ones. Yeah. So physics process, get out of here. On a handle input, I'll have to think about that, but it's probably fine for now. So physics step takes a delta, doesn't do anything, and here, if not, is tracking. Okay. So I believe what I can do, well, app manager actually holds on to the current tracker, but I'm not sure if that's totally correct. Maybe it is correct. So who should hold on to the tracker? Because the tracker objects, so like the tracker thingies are just classes. Tracking backend interface. Okay, so that's actually a node. So shows what I know. Okay, well, we can hold on to the tracker then, and we don't actually need to hold on to the tracker here in this thingamajig. Yeah. Like, it's nice to be able to hold on to it, for sure. But sometimes you would want to, the runners, because I have the concepts, right, of a runner. So these are all runners. If you want to add additional functionality, all you need to do is add an extension that will, you know, load that stuff in. So there's OpenC face, and then there's also a VRM runner, which is the one that's currently displayed here. Which I think makes sense. I'm gonna redo this interface, by the way. Just ignore how ugly it is. Or how ugly most of it is, actually. But then here, tracking, the idea is that you should be able to just pick one. Or maybe this won't even be like a list like this, right? Maybe this will be, I don't know, something. But then who has ownership of it? Do I give it to the screen, or do I leave it with the singleton manager? Because maybe you want to have multiple trackers running if it's possible. I don't know how you would handle multiple tracking inputs. Actually, no, I know how you handle multiple tracking inputs. Never mind. Yeah, we'll take it out of App Manager. Take it out of App Manager. Just need to make sure. That we clean it up later. So physics step, we should have a tracker. We'll put the tracker stuff here, maybe. Tracking options from config manager, listen values, that's fine. Pose model, that's also fine. So var tracker. So this is expecting a tracking backend interface. So we can listen for some sort of signal, I suppose. Or even on like a UI callback, we'll load in whatever tracker we have. So then if tracker, the tracking backend interface. So is listening. So if tracker is listening, Godot doesn't really have interfaces, so this is more of like a very limited abstract class. So if not is listening, then just return. Otherwise, do I even use delta? Oh, I don't use delta. I just do it in the physics step so I can get like a consistent amount of ticks per frame. So var data is equal to tracker get data, I suppose. Hard to say what the param is going to be. We'll think about it. This is more or less like to do hard coded for OpenCFace. For now, we'll need to have the stored offsets stored somewhere here. Or not the stored offsets, just like the regular offsets that are stored. Thus I call them the stored offsets, but I feel like a stored offsets implies the existence of non-stored offsets. Well, you know what? I called them stored offsets here as well. That's probably fair. Let's see, where would I put these? Probably around here. Stored offsets is equal to stored offsets. Stored offsets new. What do you mean? Already exists in this class. Where? Oh, it's up here. Neat. Up here, stored offsets. Cool, 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 cool. So if not stored offsets, we want to save offsets. That's probably fine. Probably fine. OpenCFace GD. So then we have OpenCFace data. So let's hard code it for now, because this extends tracking data interface. Or that's tracking data, OpenCFace data. Wait a minute. Yeah, tracking data interface. That's correct. Yes. So OpenCFace, and I probably don't want to actually have this. Probably want to load it in from somewhere else. Because actually, giving something a class name in GD script more or less globally registers it with the engine. So the idea is actually that OpenCFace should be a plugin or follow a plugin style interface. So that if I want to specifically refer to it, I should be accessing it through my like extension manager. We'll get around to it. So there's your data. If not data, so it's possible, I believe it's possible for this to return null. Yeah. Can this ever return null? Did I even implement it? I might not have. Oh, I absolutely did not. All right, well, let's implement it really quick. So that's not too bad. So is listening, blah, blah. No, this is the tracking backend interface. What is here for just tracking data interface? So there's the backend and then there's also the data. So tracking data interface. Oh no, okay. I see. Hoo. grab all of these. Grab all of these. Open CFace data. We'll just go ahead and implement it. Looks pretty good. Okay, updated time, not yet implemented. Yeah. Open CFace data. Okay. So here, bum bum bum. Get updated time. Time, okay. Yeah, because this is more or less a struct, or I'm using it like a struct, even though it's definitely not one. So there's the time. Confidence. Not all of these are actually applicable for everything, but it's close enough. Fit 3D error. Turn fit 3D error. Yeah, that's all right. Get Euler. This is where it starts getting a little dicey. Get Euler. Yeah, because there's the raw Euler, but I'm not sure if this is what I should be using. What did I use here? Yeah, okay, so I just used raw Euler here. Okay. Just return the raw Euler. Get rotation. What did I use for rotation? Translation. Okay, well, that's fine. It's a quaternion. So is it the raw quaternion? Oh, there's only one quaternion. And then the rest are just for gazes, but those are calculated values. But raw quaternion, that thing, and then return translation. Oh, actually, confidence. This should be the confidence, yeah. Now, the gaze amounts are always a little suspect, I think. The gaze, because these are things that I just tried to translate from like Unity values back to. Oh, this doesn't work. Fit 3D error. Yeah, I'm very bad at matrix math. Or any math, really, that if it deals directly with numbers. Left eye open amounts. These are part of the features. Where are the features? Open CFace features. Why did I put these in a different thingamajig? Features. Left eye left eyebrow. Eye left. Eye left. Left eye open? Is that what it's called? Open CFace features. Open CFace features. Yeah, okay, so it's eye left, eye right. Yeah. Turn features, eye right. I think technically it doesn't need to be as like in its own struct at all. I could just unpack it all into one class and it would be a lot easier to manage. We'll take into consideration for a, that's an easy refactor, I think. Left eye Euler. Now, OpenC features, these are all just float amounts, so that's a bit tough. The left and right gaze. I guess I don't have left and right eye Eulers. They all come to me as quaternions, I think. Yeah, if I want the Euler, I'll need to figure out what this is. Because there's like it's points 3D minus other points, which corresponds to points on your face. I think like those are your pupils, I think. I think those are points on your pupils, and then they are just kind of rotated somehow. I used to have the original Unity implementation just kind of copy and pasted and commented out just so I could go back and poke at it every once in a while. So this is left gaze. Maybe one day I'll actually sit down and then figure out what it's supposed to be. One day, but not today. All right, so mouth, open a mouth. This is a feature. Return features, mouth open. Return features, mouth wide. Okay, and then additional info. It's just whatever you want it to be, I believe. Data interface, get additional info. That's fine. Yeah. We'll just send everything, I suppose. Return features. Yeah, there we go. That's okay. Default runner. So if not data, so it's possible it will give us nothing. It's always a bit scary. What does the OpenCFace, the regular OpenCFace implementation do? Or how does that implement it? So is listening, get data, param 0. Oh, yeah. So if there is data, we'll give you the data. Otherwise, we'll give you null, which is fine. So which is why this null check is necessary. So if not data or data, what is it called? Error amount? Oh no. Get confidence. Get confidence is greater than, I think I had a max 3D fit error amount just kind of hard coded here. And this was also referenced from the Unity test project. All right, what is it called? Oh, it's just 100. It's just 100. We can keep that here. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, there we go. Gotta head up and get ready for game day. So I'm leaving a lurk. Hope the rest of your deving goes well. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But thanks for hanging out, Nova. Much appreciated. Hope your stream goes well as well. As well. Been saying well a lot, huh? Yeah. Max fit error. I feel like I should actually force this to be exposed somehow. Or maybe this is just like this is just going to have to be like a hard-coded value, right? So to do is hard-coded from the OSF implementation. Just a note. Just a note for myself. This one we don't need. We'll just use the default offsets until you press, save offsets, I guess. So if data get updated time. All right, and then we need to store updated. Do I just hold on to updated? The updated time? Updated time. Updated time. I believe that's a float. What is it called? OpenCFace data. Also, sorry for not chatting much tonight. For some reason, today was a good day to start cleaning out a bunch of old computer parts. It's no problem. I'm having a good time talking to the imaginary voice in my head. Call it an imaginary voice, imaginary friend, but it's mostly just like me kind of vaguely remembering what I was saying 10 seconds ago and then trying to respond to that like a crazy person. Updated time. That's a float. Okay, this is also a float. Nice. So if data is this thing, don't return early if we are interpolating. I don't think this comment is accurate. Yeah, I think I just have interpolation on by default at all times now in the most recent version. Like, it used to be you could globally turn off interpolation, but I don't know, just to simplify the code flow, and also because like it doesn't really impact performance all that much. Yeah, I just decided to, you know, if you don't want interpolation, then I'll just interpolate at 100%. AKA instantly interpolate you to your expected position. Updated is equal to data get updated time. Identifier updated time. Sorry. See, so I decided to become an anime girl when I retire. When you retire. Well, I'm already an anime girl, so does that mean that you've retired? Open CFace data. Get Euler. You fricker? Excuse me, sir. This is a Christian stream. It's not true. Do people still say that? I know that the new Zoomer thing to say is like my brother in Christ. My brother in Christ, insert weird thing here. It's always just kind of weirded me out though. I'm not really religious. Corrected Euler x is equal to 360 plus corrected. What is corrected? What the heck? Oh, it's not called corrected. There we go. So I remember this was also very tough for me. This took forever to figure out that it was not rotated, or I guess it was rotated on its side, and that might be my fault. But, or it might be, and it's also possibly how Godot handles angles as well. So Godot tries to give you angles from like 180 to negative 180, but the data comes to me from like 0 to 360. So when I give it back, when I give it to Godot, I think what Godot does is it converts it to negative 180 to 180, and then I need to manually adjust it back. I think that's what I had to do. Something like that. Something like that. Then interpolation data. Update values. I thought I updated this so it doesn't work in such a weird way anymore. Interpolation data. Yeah, I thought I had different... Oh, no, I didn't. I do not have different values for these. Duck was fine, but the girl is catfishing. Well, you know. I can change into a Vroid Studio model. I can change into a dude if that would make you feel less weird about it. One of these. Their eyes are very far apart though, because it's like the default model. But this is more or less what I look like in real life though. Pretty sick cheekbones. No hair. Any progress in the time you were absent? I made a pretty good amount of progress. Not on the documentation generator. I'm still... I think I need to think about it. I need to think about it a bit more. Alright, stored offset translation offset minus data translation. I don't think I have this on the data. Like technically I do have it on the data, but it's not available here. So this is actually get translation. I'm disturbed. That's a callback. What a throwback to a band from my childhood, Disturbed. You ever listened to any Disturbed? Oh wow. Is that still like a meme song? Like, I think it's not actually a horrible song. That might be a spicy opinion to have. Down with the Sickness is not a horrible song. It's not my favorite song from that album, though. Anime Girl After Chemo. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, I used to, like, 100% like a dude. But I used to have, like, hair down to the middle of my back. So, you know, it was very, very... It was very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It was a big change, but also I liked having long hair. But then I was just like, you know what if I just didn't have any hair anymore? It's like, you know what? This is way better than having tons of hair. Like, having tons of hair, kind of cool. People are like, wow, this guy is like a ninja or something, right? But no hair, it's so easy. All you need to do, you know, to keep it well shaved and stuff. Just wash your head before you shave it. Well, like 10 minutes before you take a shower, shave your head. Or don't shave your head. 10 minutes before you start shaving your head, wash your head, let it dry off, shave your head, take a shower. Easy. Don't need to worry about your hairstyle in the morning, ever. It's so nice. I've worked weakness of working with music, so I don't know how you work so well without a soundtrack. Oh, is the music not running anymore? I forgot. I guess this one's not very good though. Most of these tracks are not very good, mostly because they're it's just whatever I decided was sounding nice at the time. Too few arguments. There's 15 arguments? Who wrote this? Oh yeah, there's eyebrows as well. I remember. Well, there's no eyebrow data here, so that's kind of a pain. var OSF features. It's good for me. Well, I'm also not like, I can't hear what music is playing right now because I'm not actually plugged into my computer. I'm plugged into my monitoring computer, which is just a little MacBook, and I'm watching YouTube videos. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Let's drink some water. Almost done with my water. Ugh. I'm surprised. I drank an energy drink right before this because I'm just a total degenerate that does not know how to eat good things. That's not true. I know how to eat good things. I just decide not to. Get additional info. Get additional info. So this could be like anything you want, really. All right. Then open face features. Blah blah. Oh jeez. Yeah. Where was I going with what I was talking about earlier? Yeah. I like eating garbage. That's pretty much it. I'm an adult. I can eat whatever the heck I want, for better or worse. All right, so what do we got? What do we got? So we're looking for eyebrow steepness, eyebrow and up down. So these all map 1-to-1 with those things. I'll need to change this, I think. If I want this to make, if I want to make this portable across to other tracking backends. No. Eyebrow up, down, left. Up, down, left. Up, down, right. Up, down, right. Is this true? This is valid? All right, so yeah, okay. And there's quirk left, quirk right. I think. Open C-face features. Quirk left. Hello, I'm a raccoon confirmed. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. You can give me almost anything. And I'll probably consume it. Like it's the entire reason why I even work out. Like I don't work out so I can get super buff. I work out so I can eat whatever I want and not die of a heart attack in my 20s. Oh. Man, that would be embarrassing. It's like, yeah, how did you die? Oh, you know, car accident. The usual. How did you die? You know. Ate one too many bars of chocolate. I suppose that wouldn't be embarrassing if you're like a dog or something, but not a dog. All right, this is gross. I hate this. And also, it's still hard-coded to open C-face stuff. But yeah, hello XFNW, how are you? To do hard-coded for OSF. Maybe this will just be, like the default runner will just be the open C-face implementation. That might just work. All right, then. If apply translation, then there's a few things we need to do. Where is head translation just stored? Do I store this at the top? Yeah, why do I store this at the top? Yeah. I don't think I need to store that stuff when it's streaming. What? When are you streaming drinking 2 liters of vodka and a Manhattan? Yeah, drinking 2 liters of vodka, not horrible, but add a Manhattan onto that, oh baby. Now you're going hard. I don't really like drinking mixed drinks. Like, I like the taste of mixed drinks. I'll drink almost anything except for like a Bloody Mary. Anything that has like a lot of tomato juice. Or a savory drink that's also alcoholic is pass. I think I'd rather just drink something bitter than drink something savory. It kind of freaks me out. Head translation. So where does the head translation come from? Or actually, I think I can do... Because these only come from the interpolation data stuff, but I could just not do anything with them. Yeah, because these are all vector 3 zeroed. Oh, you know what? You know what? I can just do the Python thing. So model, move, Is that not implemented in model? Puppet trait. Puppet trait, puppet trait. Please, puppet. Sorry for the crappy English. No, it's fine. I think I figured out what you're trying to say. No, usually when I stream, I'm generally sipping on something. Right now, I'm not. I don't remember why. Oh, it's because I haven't taken a break. That's why. I usually grab a drink when I take a break. But I have not taken a break this stream, which is why I'm not sipping on anything. Oh, I was drinking an energy drink, I suppose, but that doesn't really count. Alright, so this should be interpolation data. Interpolate. Ooh. How does this work? I remember I changed how this works. Do I just grab the value from here? Listen values, update values. Yeah, this is the update value stuff. And the interpolation helpers all do a thing. Interpolate no update. Wait. 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 How does this work? Eyebrow helper. Interpolation helper. Oh man, it's been so long since I've written this. Alright. Test interpolation data. How the heck does this work? Oh, I get the... Do I just look for the target values? So these are the rates, yeah. So these should automatically pull from the configuration, which is good. And they listen for any updates as well. Am I just looking for the target values? Am I just listening for the target values? Bone translation target value, sure. Or actually, what do I have? Maybe reset rate, probably not. Interpolate? Do these interpolate by themselves? It's a good sign, for sure. Or do I do it through the bone helper? Wrapper class for applying rates to a group of interpolation classes. Oh, absolutely not. Interpolate? No, I think I interpolate from here, right? And then I just need to pass in my appropriate damping value, which comes from my configuration. Interpolate. Interpolate the rates, update the stored floating target, and then return the results. So rate. I'm trying to remember. Looking at the test didn't really help all that much. Good job, me. Good job. Oh no. Yeah, oh yeah. These move them to these update the target value, and then I need to interpolate using the rates. But I don't have a rate here. I just have the damp. Or is this the float? Oh, you know what? I remember now. I remember way back when I started the rewrite. I was saying, why am I not using delta? I should really be using delta. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be doing. The damping, I'm not sure where this comes from. I believe this comes from the configuration, I think. Doesn't it? Yeah, probably. We'll think about it. But this should be interpolation data, bone rotation, interpolate. Something like that. So that's pretty much what you want. Yeah, we'll think about it. That's the initial implementation. It's not so bad. I just need some way to get OpenCFace to send me data now, which is where implementing, no. If not, tracker is listening. Okay, hold on. Tracker, there is no tracker. I think I can just turn off the physics step. So is it like set physics process false, and then that should just work because it's not being called. Oh, nope, not true, not true. Non-existent function. So does it just process it? Set physics process internal. That might work. Ah, all right, well, we'll get around to it. What I can have is just have a dummy tracker. Could just have a dummy tracker that just does nothing at all. Or basically, yeah, it's basically this, right? So just load in the interface and then we'll replace it at runtime. Yeah, now it's just spamming logs. Let's stop spamming logs. Or let me think. One more really quick thing. So for tracking, model. Is this an entity or is it a tracker? Tracking backend interface. Or I guess this is more of like a dummy, right? Yeah. Hold on. Dummy. So we have some dummies. This will be tracking backend dummy, which extends tracking backend interface. One of these. There is your tracking dummy. Tracking backend, no, that's tracking data interface. This one, we'll grab that. Boom, boom. Slap it into here. One of these, don't raise any errors. Basically, these just won't work. Actually, these should still be errors. Should never call these, but get data. We'll just return null as well. So, class name, tracking backend dummy. Yeah, okay. So we can safely load it into here. So tracking backend interface, which is equal to initially a tracking backend dummy. So it won't throw an error just normally. So all it does is it steps into the physics step. Is listening will always return false. And so we'll return early. Yeah, I think that'll work. That makes sense to me. I think the idea of having dummy classes used to not make any sense to me. I was like, why would you need a dummy class? Why wouldn't you just like stop early? But you know, the farther I go into my career, the more I'm like, yeah, that's not so bad. It's pretty nice to have, actually. But yeah, these are all loading properly. That's nice. How cool. So that's not actually, it doesn't look very impressive, but it's actually fairly difficult to do because of how like these pages are generated. But now what I need to do is I need to implement the tracking page, all the interfaces are more or less the same, right? And then I'll load in, you know, just select OpenC face, whatever, it'll start it. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'll populate this list dynamically based off of which trackers you have registered. So right now there's only the one tracker, which is the OpenC face tracker. So OpenC face here. And then, yeah, you'll select it, you can start it. And if you have other trackers, I guess you can just start them as well. I mean, this is not my place to tell you what you can or cannot do. But yeah, we're getting there. And then this is a completely custom thing. So let me see. Let me test one more thing. So go here. File exists. Yeah, send it. We can try running this in a different directory. So what's kind of cool about how all of this should work in theory is that pretty much all of these things are loaded at runtime. So if you were to load it here, okay, so VRM runner, yeah, that works. The extensions, we have everything here. So it scans it. Yeah. So you can see that we're in our apps directory now. We're not looking at our development directory. So that's cool. So you go into here. Okay, that's cool. What happened? Is it because... Oh, because that's not one of the exported things. Yeah, that's the default GUI that should go along with everything else. Yeah, I knew that. Hold on. So is it because... Alright, the dummy... Oh, it's because it ran into an error, right? Don't do any of the temp stuff. None of the tests either. Alright, now I got it. I see. Not doing things as null safely as I would usually do it. For that, I apologize. Alright. Eat all these. Bring me back. Run it. Default runner. Yeah, there we go. And so as you can see that remote control, this actually comes from this resource pack here. So remote control server, we just have a script that defines label, new, placeholder, whatever. And actually what you can do as well is modify it. So, hello world, one of these. So if I were to, I actually don't remember when it's loaded. Is it loaded at runtime? It might be loaded at runtime. So if I were to restart the application, I think it would rescan. I should probably have a, yeah, there we go, hello world. Yeah, actually, no, I should not have a mechanism to rescan. That's bad. Because that can cause seg faults if you rescan when you shouldn't be rescanning. But yeah. So it's good to know that at least that works. We're making progress. It's just a lot of GUI stuff I need to hook up. And then there's a few corner cases that have to do with passing data along, which is killing speed of development. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live. What is today? Wednesday? No, today's Tuesday. Oh my god, today's Tuesday. I'll be live tomorrow from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on this again. Yeah, if you haven't given the channel a follow already, highly encourage you to do so. Let me find a way. This survey is experience for augmented reality or virtual reality? No, not really. Not really. It's related to those. It uses some of the same techniques, I suppose, if you were trying to pose a humanoid avatar, for sure. But yeah, check out the project on GitHub. You can find it under my profile. It's called Puppeteer. How neat. There it is. Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah. There's a Discord if you want to join. What other things are there? Follow, etc., etc. Let's raid somebody. I'm assuming Nova is probably streaming, so I'll just pass the rest of you onto him if you aren't already doing so. Oh no, Nova is not. Well, I guess I will send you to someone else who is working on tooling for Godot. Someday I join. Yeah, someday. Not today though. All right, Nova's not streaming, so I'll send you to Arrow Axe. He's working on a Leorian board style thing in Godot, so that should be cool, I guess. Yeah. Follow the channel, join the Discord, give me stars on GitHub. Goodbye.